A, meeting opening. A1, call to order. A2, adoption of the agenda. Are there any consent agenda items that a board member would like to have discussed as an action item? Hearing none. Do I have a motion that the governing board adopt the meeting agenda?
That we adopt the meeting agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. All right, moving to B, executive session. B1, call for executive session. I call for a motion that the governing board enter into executive session.
Governing board enter executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Now we're moving on to executive session. All right, we're back from executive session. We'll now reconvene and go to our regular meeting time, 6 o'clock. C1 and now C2, Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And we'll now observe a moment of silence. All right, thank you. So we'll now move along to D, recognitions, D1, presentation. So we'll actually be meeting outside for the next three recognitions. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene in this space here. We did just go over recognitions for spring sports presentations, student testing recognition, and employees of the quarter. Any board member have any comments in regards to those sections there?
They were amazing. And I think the weather was pretty decent. I was afraid we were all going to be too hot out there, but it was pleasant. Thank you to all who organized that event. That was a lot of people to recognize. It shows the strength of our district, the quality of our staff, the love of our parents and their support of their students, and what amazing students. It was impressive. That not only in the academics, but remember, we do the whole child. So we have the sports and the academics. Great event. Thank you all for coming.
Yes, Mr. President. I also want to say how much it uplifted me and reminds me about our why, educating the whole child, but also it was so great to see all of the staff celebrate each other as well. Thank you very much to all the parents and all the students, and it was great even just interacting with the board members, and whether we're gonna do handshakes or high fives. We didn't decide on one yet, but overall, it's really great. The end of the year is a time for celebration, and so it really shows how tight knit the Alhambra family is. And congratulations to everyone again.
Yeah, just to echo a few comments, just full appreciation towards seeing just all the warm faces in our space here. I love to see that space filled, and that's probably the most filled I've seen personally. So it'd be cool to see what we can do with that. I think two things. Well, same comment, but I heard a mom in a different setting and a dad in a different moment say, "Good job, son." And I think just to hear that, I think strong, and then the kid's face lights up is just a beautiful thing, number one. But two, it's really great that our district is creating opportunities like that so our parents can recognize and so we can all recognize and celebrate together. So just a really warm evening. All right. Moving to E, presentation, E1, student recruitment update. Mr. Centino will update the governing board.
Good afternoon, Board President Nevarez, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Myers. So I wanted to give you all an update on our enrollment, retention, and recruitment efforts that we've undertaken here at the district. So I'll be pretty brief and I'll open up for questions at the end. But I want to start off to echo what you all are saying, like such a beautiful evening, such a beautiful event to recognize our community, our parents, our students, our staff, and the commitment that goes on every single day here at the district. And I also wanted to mention that everything that I'll be talking about, I wanted to say thank you to the leadership and the staff here at the district, from teachers to front office, to assistant principals, principals. They've all dove in together, and I'm super excited for the future of what we're going to be able to accomplish here at Alhambra. So I want to start off by saying our enrollment strategy is kind of, we're going for 4 bases. Our first base is internal systems. So how are we learning from the data? How are we capturing the data? How are we processing the data to understand where students are coming from, why they're leaving, and how can we use data to drive actionable insights as we think about recruitment and retention? From reporting to enrollment processes, making sure that our internal systems are first logical for us as staff, but easy to go through as a parent as we're thinking about enrolling into the district. The second base then starts to be around marketing and branding. How do we get the message out there into the community that states the obvious, that Alhambra is such a beautiful place to bring your child, to experience as a parent, and to work as staff. You guys were all testament to it today. We have excelencia in our blood. So we want to start with that, saying that Choose Excelencia is going to be a moniker that we want to use this summer. And after that, as we kick off some of our recruitment efforts, we want to refresh the website, make it a little bit more intuitive for someone that wants information around enrollment, but doesn't get lost if they're a family already enrolled in the district. We want to double down on our digital marketing efforts, making sure that we got display ads, that we're leveraging our socials. We were going through some social media posts, and we have some posts that go over 1 million impressions and views and clicks how are we leveraging that into actual enrollment as we think about the impact and the widespread ability to impact and impress and lay those impressions on our community members. So from second base, we go to third base, and that's the community pipeline. Understanding our community, where our families at, where our kiddos at, from dental offices to daycares to healthcare offices, canvassing the community, using data-driven insights to not just canvass willy-nilly, but use our resources, our teachers, our front office staff, the best way possible to micro-target those neighborhoods where we understand we could drive more enrollment from. And then driving it home, our front office is that first impression, that most important impression that a family is going to get on how you're treated, on how you're valued, on how you're respected as you come into our district. So making sure that we have follow-ups whenever a parent has any concerns, that family engagement is first and foremost, that we're using our ability to leverage the FRC or parent workshops and getting the information, the knowledge that we have within the district into the community, whether it's physical workshops or digital workshops, where sometimes working parents might not have the time to drive to one of our schools, but they could access it through an online medium. So internal systems, branding, community pipelines, and then coming home to front offices. One of the biggest changes that we are doing and that we're tweaking is how we enroll in our approach to enrollment. We've had a passive stance towards enrollment where it's basically when you build it, they will come. Now we know that we have to pivot over into an active enrollment. So we have to go out and find the families instead of letting the families find us. The way that we're going to do that is that we're going to pasture the community with collateral, talking about how wonderful Alhambra is and how we're going to shepherd their student through their education journey. Secondly, making it easy to express your interest in enrollment by developing QR codes, an easy to follow website, and a phone number that'll be directed to district office. That QR code is going to be super important because it's the most easiest way that we get families information, easy contact information, phone number, email, so that instead of them enrolling with us, we get their information and we follow up with them. We schedule a tour or we schedule a meeting so that they could come in, look at our site, and then we shepherd them through the enrollment process because it could be cumbersome at times. And that's one of our first posters that we developed. It's a Choose Excelencia, Enroll Now, super easy, highlighting our students. And it's that QR quick way to get someone's information. So this is going to be the moniker Choose Excelencia. It's bilingual for a bilingual community. Choose excellence. We're committed to excellence and we choose Excelencia. It's going to be our summer campaign. It's going to be a multi-channel outreach campaign where we're doing leave behinds through our canvassing efforts. We're leveraging those digital displays and we're leveraging social media. Community first events, so we could increase our visibility in the community. One thing that I was talking to staff about is that we might not have a huge budget for marketing, but we have amazing resources, teachers, front office staff, and 14 different sites that could be out in the community all at once through popsicle pop-ups, donut socials, story nights, Excelencia everywhere throughout the summer, because that's when we know 90% of our enrollment comes in 2 weeks after first day of class. The collateral suite is ready to go. We got flyers, posters, banners, yard signs, making sure that they're all distributed in all 13 sites. And then lastly, again, leveraging the information that we have, data-driven targeting to know that where to go, when to go, to make sure that we're getting our information in front of the parents that are interested. And besides marketing, I think we are getting ready to do a real concerted effort around keeping the students that we already have. So retention, front office cross-training, everyone across the 14 sites being trained on scripts, on how to create that welcoming environment for parents, whether it's bilingual or just the way the room is set up and how we're greeting parents into that school site. Parent Square, we have an amazing ability to communicate with our parents, whether it's email, text, and using that ability to keep parents engaged throughout the summer so that we don't lose those parents as they're not coming to school every single morning. The summer outreach sequence, making sure that we're at every single opportunity that we can, whether it's apartment complexes, pools, community centers, and then positioning ourselves as a community school. We have FRCs, we have nurses, we have food pantries, we have so many positive things that we could provide the community. And we just need to position ourselves saying what we already are as a community school, an anchor in the community, and not just an educational institution. So this is what's ahead. This May, it's finishing up some capacity development, getting some of those walk lists ready, those heat maps, getting everything ready for summer. In June, we're gonna launch the Choose Excelencia campaign, going into events, partnerships that we already have lined up, whether it's pools, apartment complexes, community centers. In July is gonna be the biggest push where we have digital, physical presence, through our campaign, digital deck campaign display site that's going to be on all of our Meta platforms and YouTube, along with school bus signs that are going to be deployed throughout the community. And then August is just bringing it back home, making sure that everyone's eye is on the prize for enrollment, following up with every single lead, making sure that that lead generation process is healthy and that we're getting to every single parent as soon as we can. So that's what it'll look like for this summer. And again, it's been a joy to work with everyone. It's been a pretty big change, but everyone that I've spoken to, school leaders, front office staff, everyone's ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And at this time, does any board members have comments or questions for Mr. Zedino?
Yeah, just a quick question. When the dates get set for these events, if you could share that with the board, I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll share them and sign you up.
President Norris, one great opportunity that we're going to be having in June is Water Safety Day over at the Rose Lane Community Center. So definitely want to invite the Alhambra Elementary School District to come and be a part of that. It's a free day at the pool, so there's lots of families there. So that's an opportunity. But I'm just really excited about what we already know, that we do choose excellence and that we have excellence here. And it's really nice to see a concrete plan and to hear about canvassing and things like that, meeting people where they're at. And so also too, there's a lot of people who move in the summer, and especially like our apartment complexes. And so we could also work with like moving companies and also with leasing companies and a variety of different places, because I moved around a lot as a kid. I went to about 5 different elementary schools. And so if there's opportunities to keep our kids, especially if they do move, and letting them know that they can still stay at their school, those would be great opportunities for our kids.
Thank you so much. Board Member Garthan already brought it to our attention to reach out to real estate agents, and I think that's a wonderful idea. And then we have apartment complex managers that are already putting some of our flyers inside of a new resident folder, just to make sure that we're that first contact as they move into apartment complexes.
And one other idea, I don't know, I saw school bus signs deployed. Does that mean the sign is on the school bus?
Yeah, that sign will be on the school bus, and then we're also thinking about other district property, whether it's vans or utility vehicles, technician vehicles, just to make sure that every single chance that we get, that QR and that we're reminding the community that they should choose Excelencia.
Because an idea that is not fleshed out whatsoever, I just thought about it 2 seconds ago, is working with the cities to actually have school bus stop signs. So that when people drive by, they're like, oh, that's an Alhambra school bus stop sign. And they can see our branding, our logo, and it also creates more safety too, because
Yeah,
people will know, slow down, because there's an Alhambra bus stop there.
I love that.
Okay, we're having a contest. I went to 10 schools before. So I know a lot about moving around. Yes, thank you very much. I love the plans. One thing and you did such an amazing job, so I hesitate to say this, but one thing I didn't see on there was major employers in the district. So I would reach out to like Maryvale, and I know by James W. Rice, there's a waste management plan.
Yes.
That you can say, geez, your kid's going to be right across the street. If they get sick, you can go pick them up really fast.
Yes.
And that's just a really good way to encourage people that don't live in the community to maybe come to our schools. But you thought of everything else, so you are awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We are going to definitely have full schools next year.
Yeah, I tell Superintendent Dr. Myers, like every day, I have a new idea, or I heard a new idea from a principal or from assistant principal or from a teacher. There's so many wonderful ideas, and even from the board, that we just have to curate the amazing wisdom that we have within the district.
And organize it all so we aren't all walking all over the place. Thanks.
President Navarez. I know that we have an amazing child nutrition program, staff and food. I know that we do a lot of promotions already. Our pozole, I heard that's the best day at school for a lot of our kids, and we do the holiday parent and family meals together.
Yeah.
I think if more people knew the best kept secret is Alhambra school lunches. I had one at CLA. It was so good. I think that people connect with food and connect with culture, and so I'm really excited to see what kind of things come out of that.
I've never had a pozole at a school site until I came here, and it was delicious also. So yeah, I think you're spot on.
Just a quick comment to add. One thing I appreciate a lot is the statement of from passive to active enrollment. I think that includes a lot of individuals who probably thought themselves out of the equation. So I'm looking forward to see how we collaborate and get people to be more involved and to feel part of this, because it's really we're all contributing to this enrollment. I think from office teams to how our communications teams are to how our interactions when you walk in any of the campuses all makes a difference. So thank you for taking a critical eye on this and being very thorough.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right.
President Navarro, sorry.
Yes.
I think also too a lot of folks reach out to me for community space to either host meetings or do events. And so I think if we could look at our processes and potentially make it easier for people to have community events so they can see how state of the art our facilities are, and bringing in more people onto campus. Another idea is opening up, and this might take a more of a long-term vision, is opening up a lot of our green space to the community, either after schools or on the weekends, to either sports teams, things like that, so that they can use our facilities when we're not using them ourselves.
We do have beautiful facilities, and we could open them up to like a soccer tournament or that green space, a World Cup watching event. It'd be amazing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving to F, public comment. I believe no public comment. Going to G, consent agenda. I call for a motion that the governing board approves consent agenda items G2 through G12.
I move that the governing board approve consent agenda items G2 through G12.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. We'll now hear an announcement from HR.
President Navarez, Governing Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mayas, this evening, with your approval of the consent agenda, Ms. Jennifer Cooley will now serve as the teacher on special assignment, or TOSA, at Sevilla East Elementary School. Ms. Cooley is here with her husband and daughter this evening. Ms. Cooley is currently a site academic coach at our very own CGP school, where she facilitates team meetings, trains staff in assessment and intervention practices, and serves as the TAT coordinator. Ms. Cooley has a master's degree in education, curriculum, and instruction with an emphasis in reading, and is currently completing a second master's degree in educational administration. She has 16 years of experience as a teacher and academic coach. We believe her experience and background make her an excellent candidate for the TOSA at Sevilla East. Congratulations, Ms. Cooley.
Thank you. Moving to H, public hearing. H1, public hearing on 2025-2026 revised expenditure budget.
Good evening, President Navarez, governing board members, Dr. Maez, and Alhambra community. Tonight, I'll be presenting the 25-26 May budget revision. I'd like to share a little bit regarding the purpose of the May revision and explain the bottom line changes for both our maintenance and operations and capital outlay budgets. As you are all aware, districts are required to submit a proposed and adopted budget in June or July, depending on when our board meetings are each year. Then at the end of the fiscal year, districts are required to approve their final budget revision by May 15th. There we go. So in our budget timeline, if we think about it annually, this is where we are now with the final revision. When adopting the new year budgets, now we're talking back in June of 25, multiple estimations and assumptions were required. The ADM projections are the most significant, but we also make other projections such as carry forward and interest amounts. Also, as was this year and in recent years, our legislature has not passed an Arizona state budget prior to the July 15th deadline. This adds uncertainty to our budget adoptions. And you can see this here with our base level amounts. We had to propose and adopt our budget this year on the previous year's base level amounts since a new base level amount had not yet been approved through the state budget. So you can see the $5,013 was what we approved on, which was what we adopted on, was the approved amount from the 25 school year. And now with this budget revision, we can realize the base level amount that has now been adopted for the 26 year of $5,113.26. And just to preview, as we're going to move into proposed and adopted season in the next month or two, if I were a betting man, I'd bet we'd be adopting on drafted forms once again. Okay, in summary of the changes to our maintenance and operation and capital budget, we are increasing our M&O budget about $5.6 million. And again, these are due to changes and more trued up numbers as we've gone through the year. We've passed the 100th day. It's no longer as much of a guess now that we've passed the 100th day. Still some reconciling will occur, but changes to ADM, one-time funding that can't always count on until it's approved, and a better picture of our M&O override as well is why we see this revision upwards. Also with a lot of the same ideas apply to the capital budget increasing at about 2.7 million. Changes in ADM, one-time funding, and in capital, we're actually allowed to increase our budget capacity if we earn interest on the cash that we have. So combined between those two funds, which I never like to do because it's confusing, is $8.3 million between the two. Excuse me. All right, and just to be fully transparent on the budget forms that are submitted to ADE, these are the areas in which the changes occur to realize the increase in budget capacity on the budget forms compared to what was adopted back at the beginning of the year. That was M&O, and here is capital. And at this time, I just want to always emphasize how grateful we are to our community to have both an M&O and capital override in place. It really makes a huge difference to us and our students and staff throughout the district. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the budget revision for 25-26 school year.
This isn't really a question, but I see faces in the audience that maybe are not always here. So maybe you could explain M&O versus capital.
Sure. Different funds, different buckets is usually the way we think about it, right?
So what does M&O stand for?
M&O is maintenance and operations, and I apologize. We say it so many times that I usually don't even know that I'm saying it. But maintenance and operations is day-to-day operations. Salaries and benefits go in there. The vast majority of that budget is salaries and benefits, supplies that are consumable, anything of that nature. In contrast, capital are items that generally last more than a year, are repairable, vehicles, technology, those are the furniture are all going to be in that bucket.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now that we had our public hearing, we're going to move on to I. Oh wait, maybe we were there. Nope. I Business Department. This is for I1 approval of the 2025-2026 revised expenditure budget. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the 2025-2026 revised expenditure budget.
I move that the governing board approve the 2025-2026 revised expenditure budget.
Thank you, Mr. Contras. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, real quick. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passed. Then there's I2, financial report, which can be viewed in your board packet. Moving along to J, human resources. J1 is new position, driver, passenger vehicle, 9 passengers or fewer. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the driver, passenger vehicles, 9 passenger or fewer job description for the 2026-2027 school year.
I move that the governing board approve the driver, passenger vehicle, 9 passenger or fewer job description for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you, Mrs. Solorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Moving along to J2, title and job description changes, family and community care specialist. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the title and job description changes to the office manager job description.
I move that the governing board approve the title and job description changes to the office manager job description to now be family and community care specialist.
Better said, yes. Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Contras.
I fully support this job description change, and I really appreciate the administration and the superintendent bringing this to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contras. Any other comments? Just real quick, I think it helps us focus a lot more with our intentions, and I think this change is a great thing as well. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Moving to J3, 2026-2027 performance pay plan adoption. And I call for a motion that the governing board approve the adoption of the Alhambra performance pay plan.
I move that the governing board approve the Alhambra performance pay plan.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Contras. Now the time we'll hear from ADEA with a few comments. And then we'll go into board discussion if there's any questions or comments.
Is the mic on?
Good evening, governing board members. So it isn't on. Okay. Good evening, governing board members, President Navarez and Dr. Myers. My name is Shauna Becker,
I'm Danielle Smith.
and we are representing not only ADEA, but the Performance Pay Committee.
Tonight, we want to walk you through the process we used to develop this plan, what we heard from staff throughout the district, the key decisions that were made in response to the feedback, and the final results of our most recent survey. From the very beginning, this work was intentionally designed to be teacher-driven. HR supported the process by organizing the structure, collecting feedback, and facilitating conversations. But the goal was always to ensure that people most impacted by this plan had the strongest voice in shaping it. Across multiple rounds of input, teachers from every school site were given opportunities to provide feedback, ask questions, raise concerns, and help refine the plan over time.
When we first began collecting feedback, we asked staff to respond to the core components of the plan: WIGs, growth measures, school level data, professional expectations, and activity points. What we heard consistently was that staff valued student growth, but wanted it measured in a way that's fair, transparent, and meaningful. We also heard concerns about consistency across grade levels, clarity in how calculations we applied, and how different roles within schools would be recognized. We received thoughtful feedback on how performance points were structured and how they reflected contributions beyond the classroom.
One of the most significant areas of discussion centered on growth measured across grade bands. For grades K through 2, we moved forward with using district-based assessments to measure growth.
This allows us to track student progress in a consistent way that reflects the curriculum and instructional focus at those grade levels.
For 6 through 8, we took the feedback and initially explored using individual student growth data from AASA because it is the state's accountability for our measures, and we wanted the system to remain aligned with how the district is evaluated. However, during the committee, a key discussion or a key constraint, I'm sorry, it's almost the end of school year, emerged. The individual student growth data for the AASA is not something that our district receives until July. That timeline makes it impossible to calculate results and pay staff until September at the earliest. And so that became an important factor in the decision-making process. Staff expressed that while they support accountability and performance pay, timing really matters. Receiving compensation at the end of summer, when we're all, broke, was a priority. Because of that, we aligned grades 3 through 8 with the WIGs tied to the AASA expectations, using measures that allow us to calculate results in a timely and predictable way.
Another major area of feedback focused on WIGs themselves, not just what they measured, but how they were created and implemented across schools. Staff were very clear that consistency matters. They wanted clarity and expectations and a process that felt fair site to site. In response, Ed Services is already actively working on refining and improving the WIG development process for next year. The goal is to make it more streamlined, more consistent across the district, and more grounded in the students we serve every day. So expectations are clear, equitable, and easy to implement at every site.
We also had ongoing discussions around professionalism and activity points. Staff provided a range of perspectives, including the importance of recognizing the additional contributions and leadership roles, while also ensuring that we are not duplicating compensation for responsibility already covered in other areas of our system. Those conversations helped refine how these components are included in the final plan.
After our last meeting, we sent a final survey to all staff to get a sense of where we were in terms of consensus on the plan. We used our 5 scale so staff could easily share their level of support. In this final survey, we received 101 responses from across the district. Of those responses, 84% were a 3 or higher. After the survey, members of the HR team followed up directly with everyone who shared a 2 or below to hear more and provide clarification. After those conversations, several staff members shared that they felt more comfortable moving to a 3 or above, bringing us to about 90% consensus overall.
What stands out most to us in this process is that even when a staff raised concern, the conversation stayed centered on improving the system rather than just rejecting it. And the level of engagement directly shaped the final version of the plan that you see before you tonight. We want to really acknowledge the time that it took, the thoughtfulness that this process took with multiple rounds of feedback that's hard to gather, and HR is very patient in calling people, and we greatly appreciate that. We want to thank the work of the committee and our district teams in responding to the feedback, revising and refining along the way. And we just thank you guys for your time tonight. And it's almost summer, guys. We've got this.
Thank you. And then at this time, any board members have any comments or this is also our point for discussion too, so.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to sit in on a couple of those sessions. They were amazing. I sat at a table with a gentleman who started out the afternoon like this, and by the end, he was all on board. He was doing fist to 5. So the amount of ability that the team of people in the room had to accept other people's opinions and have active conversations to come to a common goal was totally impressive. And the way that the group that I was, well, the whole group, the way they looked at the positives and the little refinements that needed to be made to make this so that it would be more acceptable for the general good of the population. Because we all know what we're wanting to do is reward our staff who work hard, and to also make sure that they are rewarded monetarily, not just with pats on the back. So it was an impressive process for all of you. And Ms. Perry over there, you ran a tight ship.
President Navarez,
Mhm.
I want to say thank you to ADEA for your participation, but also thank you to the superintendent and the administration. This is exactly what it looks like to have the type of collaboration and trust. And I really appreciate the way that there's collaborative decision making. And 90% is very impressive. So great job.
Yeah, I think the buy-in is very, very important, and what you all did and how the district has continued to shape out this process is significant, and it's going to be very meaningful. It's already meaningful, but like next year, I feel like everybody will be more excited for it than the previous one. So thank you for all the hard work. All right, thank you. And at this time, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Moving to J4, Superintendent's Performance Pay for 2025-2026. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the superintendent's performance pay for 2025-2026 school year.
I move that the governing board approve the superintendent's performance pay for the 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Contras. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Solorio? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I just was. Now time for discussion. Any discussion or comments?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Contras.
Yes, I want to give kudos to our superintendent. I learned today that she's been here for 5 years. Wow. And I just want to say thank you, Dr. Myas, for being so attentive to the board and to our questions and keeping a united team here. You have four board members, not 5, and you managed to continue to keep us together and keep us informed. So I really appreciate your leadership on this level, but also seeing you in the classrooms and seeing you on class sites and going and talking to people. I remember going to CLA with you recently, and of course, you know everyone and everyone knows you, and so it's nice to have a leader that is on the ground, that is visible, and that is not scared to get your hands dirty and to really get in there and help people. And I've even heard you offer to sub classes and help teachers out when needed. So we really appreciate you, and please stay with us for a very, very long time.
Any other comments?
I too was surprised. 5 years goes very quickly. I didn't realize it had been that long. And in the lifetime of a superintendent in our valley, 3 is a long time. So to do 5, we are very, very lucky to have such an amazing leader that has stuck with us. And that's a credit to her, but it's also a credit to you for working with her and helping her learn how to navigate through our system, and credit to you for learning how to work with her. It takes all of us to run. We had an extensive evaluation process, just like you do in your classrooms and in your whatever your job description is in the district. And what we found in that evaluation was that in the 5 years that Dr. Myas has been with us, she has grown substantially. And I think that is what we all have seen in her, and that is all that we were hoping for. So you're meeting our expectations. Keep going.
Thank you. Something I think about often is, some of those mentors, or when you were younger, adults who were really hard on you, but also showed you love and care. And when I think about Dr. Myas, I think about how she does expect great expectations from everyone. She believes in all of us. She believes in her staff, her team, the students, and she does that with care at the same time. And so I think that balance is very much appreciated, but it's going to help our district move the needle in the right way. So I just commend you for just being you, and also just caring so much. So thank you for that. All right. Moving to the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed. Moving to K, new business. We have K1, update and approval with the AESD gifted scope and sequence. And we have Ms. Kira Thomas, who will provide an update for us.
All right. Good evening, President Navarez, governing board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mayes. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and share some updates on our gifted services in Alhambra. And a lot of our updates are also reflected in the scope and sequence. So I'm going to walk you through some of the growth of our gifted program over the past 4 years. The highlights, so I'm keeping with the theme of the evening of celebrations because there's lots to celebrate with what we've done in the past 4 years. And I can go as fast as you need me to or as slow as I have to. So let me see. All right. So back in 2022, when I stood here before you, we had about 131 students identified across our district. And then at that time, oops. Well, let me go back. All right, so then at that time, 84 of them were in grade 7 and 8. We only had 47 in our 3rd through 6th grade. And at that time in 3rd through 6th grade, those were the students that participated in the pullout program. And that averages out to about 3 students per school. So at that time, we decided to dissolve that program and move to differentiation within our classrooms. Having that shift allowed us to focus on building capacity within our classrooms so that more students could consistently access advanced learning opportunities. We're going to fast forward to today. Well, maybe I'll get the hang of this. Today, we have 321 students identified across the district, and in Alhambra, we recognize the 89th percentile is qualifying for gifted services. The growth of those results are because ADE for the past 5 years has offered universal screening for all 2nd grade students, and we've participated in it the last 4 years. So if we take a look at those 321 students. This is the breakdown of the students at each of our schools. So you can see the different totals of gifted students in our schools. And then this shows over the last 4 years how we've increased our 3rd through 6th grade students through that universal screening. ADE recognizes giftedness at the 97th percentile, and here in Alhambra, we have 119 students that meet that in one or more of the areas. They have to qualify in either verbal reasoning, quantitative reasoning, or nonverbal reasoning, and our students are rising to that. Out of that, this is the breakdown across the schools of the 119 students. And we can see, just like if you noticed in the 321 students, there are 2 schools that are heavily concentrated with larger numbers of students. And if we look at the breakdown between those 2 schools, because there are choice schools, but about 50% of those students in each of those schools, if they were to go to homeschools, come from our Alhambra school. So we know our students are highly capable of doing great things. And that was celebrated tonight. The 99th percentile, the 99% there that you see in the last number is the number of students in 2nd grade, the percent of students in 2nd grade that we tested this year. So you can see that's close to 100%. I think it was, let me find my notes. 920 students across the district that we tested out of 922. And the 2 that we didn't get to were on long-term absences. So the 2nd grade teachers did an amazing job and they are celebrated too. So we're casting a much wider net, being able to test at 2nd grade because we're not just dependent on the referrals. We do have referrals. This year, I think we had 37 across the district. and parents, teachers, any teacher that works with any of our students can refer. So we do have lots of opportunities for identification, but with our second grade testing, we see a lot of, oh, I wouldn't have thought that student would have qualified. So that's really something to celebrate as well. Another thing to celebrate is this year we hosted a 7th and 8th grade gifted summit, and we had 57 students that were invited, and out of the 57, 47 were able to attend. It was a day of the students were able to self-select workshops. Board member Deo Campo was there, and she got to witness firsthand the high levels engagement of the students, the excitement of the students, the collaboration of the students. We had outside business partners even coming to present, which was really great, and we got amazing feedback. It was well received by the parents, the students. One of the comments from the students was, we wish it was longer, or we wish we had more sessions to go to. So we are looking forward to doing that again next year, and that's also outlined in our scope and sequence. Another new thing that we started this year, which I'm really excited about and excited to continue to develop, is our gifted leads at each site. Each site had the opportunity to have a gifted lead. And with that program, the gifted leads come once a quarter for some PD, and then they go back and they provide ongoing professional development to the staff at their school sites. So now all teachers are equipped with some tools to support these students daily in their classrooms. And the gifted leads also are using those in their own classroom. So that's why when we posted for that, we really want it to be a classroom teacher, because we want them using the strategies that they're learning and then speaking from experience to their colleagues. So some things that we learned as we went through these 4 years. We learned what's working, and we noticed some things that we can improve on. So we collected feedback from teachers and our gifted leads to understand what was working and where we needed to improve. And what we found is that teachers understand the strategies and they're interested in using them. The gifted leads felt that they have the most impact when they have the opportunity to try it in their classroom first before speaking to their colleagues about it. And that the model that was intended was for them to provide direct PD at staff meetings to their colleagues. But what we noticed was that there were different implementation models of that. So not every teacher at every school received the same experience. So we want to move from just a program that supports to more of an instructional system. Prior to having the leads, the support was largely just driven and offered by me. So now with the leads, it's really helping to spread the information to a lot more people. And it will provide access to strategies and program structures. And it's going to align with our teaching and learning standards, really focusing on that Tier 1 instruction and providing student support all day, not just through a pull-out model. Differentiation will happen consistently in every classroom, ensuring that all students are provided with what they need to grow, including our high ability students. So whether they're gifted or not, they have access to these strategies and high expectations. So some of the goals, because we know that change takes time, it happens slowly in order for it to be sustainable. I really asked the gifted leads how we can improve the program and so that it would be sustainable for them. When I first met with them, I said, hey, here's all the things we're going to do. And they were like, whoa, slow down. And that was really important for me to hear because they are the boots on the ground. They're teachers in the classroom. And I valued what they had to say to know what was going to be manageable, because if I give them all the things and they can't do them all, they'll do none of the things. So I set some goals that I'd like to achieve for our program for the next 4 years. One of the first goals, and I started it at the end of this year by creating a parent square group for our gifted students. One of the things that I am just starting is to be more involved with Arizona Association for Gifted and Talented. So my whole 4 years, I have reached out and collaborated with other gifted specialists in other districts to see what are you doing, and then see how I can bring it back to the students here in Alhambra. So I'm through that parent square group, I was able to share information in a quick manner and knew that the parents had received it for a parent gathering that they can bring their students to. And through that, a colleague that I collaborate with from outside of our district, another gifted specialist in a neighboring district, said, hey, there was a parent that came from your school district and they seem like they'd be really involved. So, maybe you should get a parent group going. So I said, okay. So, and then recently I just collaborated with Mr. Zatino, and I said, hey, I'm going to try this. I've never done it before. And he said, hey, count me in, I'm on board. So I have lots of support and I'm really hoping for great things. And I think this will be good for the parents to have a voice, to know what they need, what they want, and then that's how we can grow and strengthen our program. So that's one of the goals over the next 4 years that I'd like to see flourish. Developing and implementing progress reports. We usually have a family night in the spring, and one of the comments that I hear consistently is, yeah, I got the notice. I know that they're gifted, but now what? I don't hear anything after that. So I think having some kind of communication with parents ongoing, just about how they're doing now that we have a lead program where teachers are learning strategies. They can speak to how the students are doing in their classrooms with the differentiation. So we're going to try to get that going. Tried to start it like year 1 and we weren't ready for it, but I think we're ready now. And then another goal that I'd like to work on is just the continuing to grow the Gifted Lead program to ensure that our gifted students for sure are being challenged in ways that they can grow, but then offering that access to all students. So this last slide just has some pictures from our Gifted Summit, and I'm open to answer any questions you may have, comments.
Thank you. And for board members, have any comments or questions?
Yes, I have a question on the slide when it comes to the grade levels, if we can go back to that one.
I can try to get us there. Did you want for all or the 119?
The one where keep going back.
321 one?
That one.
Oh, yep.
And my question is, in terms of looking at first and second, obviously we don't test students until second grade. Is that correct?
We offer referral testing in all grades, preschool through 8th grade.
Okay.
So there is the opportunity for those students, and generally they're tested in the spring window.
And my question is the drop down between 6th, 7th, and 8th. What do those numbers tell, or why
So
is that?
That is probably coming off of COVID. Those were like the students, that was kind of when we weren't testing as much because of COVID recovery, and that's when our numbers went down. So those are the students from 2020, because we started 2021 is when we started testing universally, and that's what is reflected with those 6th grade students.
Thank you.
And just my comment is I just again really appreciate that the district made this shift to expand gifted programming to more students. I always mention how great of an experience it was for me when I was in the gifted program here at the district. And to see more people get that opportunity is something definitely worth celebrating.
Thank you so much. I remember 4 or 5 years ago when we didn't have much of an emphasis on gifted education. And I so appreciate that you have put this hard work into it. I truly believe in what your philosophy says about gifted students are gifted all day long, They aren't just gifted in this period of time or in this classroom. They are gifted across the spectrum. So that brings me to one question. You didn't identify if there are any students in there that have two labels, gifted and something else, and I would be interested in knowing about that.
And we do, and I was like, should I include this data? And I don't have that, but we do have a number of
You
students.
can just
that are
send me a number
Twice
and I'll be happy.
exceptional, yeah.
But again, I appreciate your philosophy. I truly think that what you've put forward here in your scope and sequence is amazing. I like the way that and it's all about what I like. Thank you very much. I appreciate the way that you've done different groupings. You've included all from self-contained to clusters. You've done many different approaches because as we all know, everybody doesn't learn the same way. And they might not learn tomorrow the way they learned yesterday. So I appreciate that you have looked at all that. And the way you have expanded this program is amazing. That summit was unbelievable. The kids were so excited.
Yeah.
I already volunteered to work next year, so I'll have to get with my partner and see how we're going to do the cactus thing next year, but we've got a plan.
Okay.
So thank you. It's come so far. It was just like a stepchild before. And now look I knew those kids were out there and
I
now we've
agree, and I wanna-
identified them. It's
I-
great.
I just want to say, I do have a great team behind me that is really supportive and helpful. I couldn't have gotten it this far without them.
I appreciate also that you talked about the parents because a lot of parents don't understand. Our own daughter, when her child was identified, was like, "Mom, what is this?" So yes, reach out to the parents because they don't understand that the needs of their child in that program are different than some other children. So thank you for all your hard work and thank you to your team as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And at this time, any other discussion before we go for a vote? Hearing none, I call for a motion that the governing board approve the gifted scope and sequence.
I move that the board approve the gifted scope and sequence.
Thank you, Mrs. Flora. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contras. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Now moving along to K2, adoption of the resolution ordering and calling a district additional assistance override election. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the adoption of a resolution ordering and calling a district additional assistance override election.
I move that the district approve a resolution ordering the call of a special district additional assistance override election to be held for the district and declaring the deadline for the submitted arguments for and against the election to the Maricopa County School Superintendents as of August 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m.
Thank you, Mrs. Alorio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Conchas. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Now moving along to K3, authorization of superintendent and executive documents related to sale of district property located at 3832 Grand Avenue. I call for a motion that the governing board approve the authorization for the superintendent to execute documents related to the sale of district property located at 3832 Grand Avenue.
I move that that we approve the resolution authorizing the superintendent to execute all necessary documents and instruments related to the sale of district property located at 3832 Grand Avenue to the city of Phoenix, including completion of escrow and closing activities as advised by legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Any discussion?
One more step done.
Yes.
Say that again. I can't picture what 38, I can't picture the property.
Oh, that's
The
that's the lot
warehouse.
with the gym.
The gym.
It's the one we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
tried
that
to
lot with
find
the
the
gym.
address when I was going
The
up Grand
past
Avenue,
year.
like I couldn't see it. Okay,
Yeah.
now I understand.
We're
Thank you.
we're so close until
We're
we can
so
officially
close.
officially celebrate. We cannot officially celebrate because things can go wrong still.
Yes.
So keep going by. looking
And
for
I've been
something to
involved in
happen.
too many of these things where things you're like, oh, we're gonna close on Tuesday, and then 3 months later,
Well, they didn't tell you which Tuesday.
yeah, they didn't. That's true. So we're one step closer though.
Okay.
Mr. President, for those who in the audience who do not know what we're talking about, Mr. Solorio, could you explain?
Yes, over the course of the last 5 years, the district has been in conversations with the Vitalist Health Foundation and various other organizations to utilize our underutilized land to build affordable housing. And this motion is one of the final steps in order to be able to do that with our partnership with UMOM, the City of Phoenix, the Phoenix IDA, and we'll be able to bring, was it 44 units of housing, including a lot of family sized units in this piece of dirt that has been a piece of dirt for a very, very long time. And, you know, providing an asset for the district, for our community at large. And that's what we're voting on, one more step closer to getting there.
Mr. Norris.
Yes.
I also just want to thank you, Mr. Solorio, for your leadership on this. I know that this project has actually been thought of even before both of us got onto the governing board. And so you took it and you made sure that you had the conversations. And thank you to our superintendent, Ms. Billiard, the entire team, our legal, Mr. Coffinger, everyone. This is a really big moment, and it's great to think that there will be families that will have a place to live that is close and here in our district. And I'm just really excited. So give a round of applause for this, please.
All right. Any other discussion or comments? Because now it's time to vote on it. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. Moving along to K4. I call for a motion that the governing board reaffirms the board priorities and to submit one proposal to the ASBA Legislative Committee.
I move that the governing board just, where's the,
K4.
I move that the governing board discuss and consider action to reaffirm the board priorities and to submit one proposal to the ASBA Legislative Committee.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Contras. Now time for the discussion piece. Any comments?
I have said before, ASBA has this platform that's 3 pages long. They've got so many focal points that I think it's hard for them to, I don't know how they lobby for all of them. I really appreciate the one that we are putting forward because I think it is so important to us as a community, not only as a school district, but to us as a city and a state. I think you've submitted it. Christian, was it you? It's well worded, and I think it is something that's important for all schools in Arizona. I did want to make a comment about the second one down there, which is one that I put in about changing the move on reading from third grade to second grade. And maybe I'll leave that for my comments later.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right. Now it's time for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. All right. Moving to L, executive session. I call for a motion that the governing board enter into executive session.
I move that the board enter executive session.
Second.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mrs. Florio, and thank you, Mr. Contras. All in favor, say aye.
Can I say
Oh,
before we vote?
a discussion? Yes.
For the public, we're not sure how long this will take, so have a great evening.
Yes, we'll be back for sure. So if you'd like to stay and learn about what we just or the outcome, then you can stick around for sure. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed. All right, thank you everybody for being patient as we went through the executive session. We'll now reconvene to our regular meeting as scheduled. So our next item is N business, N1 levy. Okay, no worries. It's a long thing, so can I start reading it now? Or okay. Okay, I call for a motion that the administration recommends that the governing board adopt the recommendation to work with the Maricopa County and other appropriate governmental officials to pursue approval and implementation of a cash deficit levy to address the property tax collection deficit that affected the district in fiscal year 2025, and to determine, in coordination with Maricopa County and consistent with applicable law, the appropriate tax rate and implementation structure for such levy, including, if legal, permissible, and determined to be in the best interest of the district. Furthermore, the governing board directs the administration to prepare a letter to Maricopa County requesting a cash deficit levy, including the legal authority and calculations supporting such levy to be approved and executed by the governing board.
I make a motion that the governing board adopt the recommendation to work with the Maricopa County and the appropriate governmental officials to pursue approval and implementation of a cash deficit levy to address the property tax collection deficit that affected the district in fiscal year 2025, and to determine, in coordination with Maricopa County and consistent with applicable law, the appropriate tax rate implementation structure for such levy, including, if legally permissible and determined to be the best in the interest of the school district. Furthermore, the governing board directs the administration to prepare a letter to Maricopa County requesting a cash deficit levy, including the legal authority and calculations supporting such levy, to be approved and executed by the governing board.
Thank you, Mrs. Solorio. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Ms. De Ocampo. Just want to be cautious about the discussion, comment part. Discussion? None? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Motion passed. Go for O, comments and communication. O1, comments from the governing board member. Governing board members, sorry. Hearing none.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Hearing some.
Heavens to Betsy, I have to have some. It's been a busy week. Number one, we weren't able to be around when it was Teacher Appreciation Week. I hope you all enjoyed your tacos. And really, that's really staff appreciation, not just teachers. It's everybody in the building. So again, I hope you appreciated your tacos. For those of you who missed the retirement function last night, what an amazing event. Alhambra District is who we are because of the people that were there retiring last night. Not to discredit those of you who are still with us, but those were the ones that have created the history over the last 29, 30 years that have brought us to where we are today. It was wonderful to see them and to see their families who, as you all know, we don't get to be teachers by ourselves. We have to have our family support us as well. So that was nice to see that recognition for not only the teachers, but the families that came along with them. And then there was the Catalina Band, in case you missed them. They were awesome. I also got to go listen to the guitar players from Barcelona at the music center down at the music hall at ASU. And next year, we're just going to rent a bus and we're all going to go because it was so impressive. They're amazing. And with that being said, we're getting ready for the end of the school year. So good luck to all of you in getting your boxes packed and things put away. And I hope you all have a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Ms. De Ocampo. Any other comments? Hearing none, move to O2, comments from the superintendent and executive team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Navarez and governing board. Ms. Billiou, will you begin our comments? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Navarez, members of the governing board, and Dr. Maya's. Operations is, as usual, fully engaged in preparation for the upcoming school year. In addition to the many standard summer readiness efforts already underway across departments, a significant amount of work has occurred behind the scenes to support the CLA Westwood consolidation. One of the exciting milestones we're pleased to share tonight is the finalization of the Westwood Elementary branding as the Westwood Wolves. The branding guidelines included at your seats today. Just give you a picture. I'm really proud of the collaborative process that was led by Principal Jim Bunch alongside her merged teams with meaningful input gathered from the students, staff, parents, and the broader community. The work really represents not just a new logo or a mascot, but the intentional development of a shared identity and a culture for the Westwood community moving forward.
Good evening, President Navarez, Governing Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Myers, and our Alhambra community. It is insurance open enrollment season. We've heard your feedback with the need for just a bit more time, and as a result, we're extending the open enrollment period until this next Tuesday, May 19th. We are so pleased to already have many employees who've completed their open enrollment to either select new benefits or continue with their current plan. And we encourage all benefit eligible staff members to review their benefits and complete their open enrollment process for next year. If you have any questions at all, please reach out to Human Resources by either calling us or just giving us an email at Human Resources Department at Alhambra, of course. And we are monitoring emails from this address and respond promptly to your questions, but it's getting our insurance enrollment in.
Thank you, President Nevares, members of the Governing Board, and Superintendent Dr. Mayes. As Ms. De Ocampo mentioned, last week was Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week, and so I wanted just to highlight some of the special things that our schools have done to recognize the incredible work that our teachers and our staffs are doing. So at Carol G. Peck, they had their own paleta bar. At Sevilla West, they had themed snacks every week. For example, Baby Got Snacks. And at Westwood, they had themed specialty sodas like Teddy Bear Dream Cream. So our administrators took extra special care to make every day special for the wonderful people that take care of our students. So thank you again to all of our teachers and staff.
Good evening, Board President, Governing Board, Dr. Mays, and the Alhambra community. The Ed Services Department would like to celebrate our teachers, site coaches, administrators, DLT team, and EL department for the hard work and intentional planning that led to students' increased overall growth and exit rates on the Zella State Assessment. Also, wow, we are really educating the whole child. Catalina's 8th grade advanced band performance at the retirement reception was absolutely amazing. Huge kudos to band teacher Peter Terse and Catalina's talented 8th grade students for such an outstanding and memorable performance. Your hard work and passion truly shined.
Thank you all. And I just want to, again, thank you to Ed Services for organizing the recognition for our students this evening. That is definitely a highlight that I will cherish as I head home this evening, just thinking about the fact I think about with you and I, Mrs. Tamayo, talking about the long list of kids. They didn't even all show up today, but when we were thinking this many kids scored 100%, on our assessment. And so, or the 99th percentile. And we just have a lot of brilliant kids. And I'm just so thankful for our amazing teachers and staff who work so hard to ensure that they reach their full potential. So thank you to everyone for all your hard work. And we've got one more week with our precious kids. And so I hope you all treasure every second as we wish them all a great summer and a great summer to you all too after that great week. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Moving along to O3, Governing Board Direction and or Agenda Item Request. Any board member have any agenda item or board direction they'd like to share? Mine will be brief. I think the end of April, I asked about a heat response plan. Not looking for that anytime soon, but maybe be helpful to hear about it before the school year starts. Just wanted to check in on that. Thank you. All right, moving to P. Wow, there's a lot of letters here. Okay, P, meeting closing. All right, the next governing board meeting is June 11th. There's a calendar of events there, promotions next week. Excited for that. And then Memorial Day, take your break, and I'm sure everybody will be on their summer vacation really soon. With that being said, P3, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
Thank you, Mrs. Florio. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Contreras. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.